Ledor vador nagid God lecha. Ledor vador we protect this chain from generation to generation. Ledor vador these lips will praise your name. We are gifts and we are blessings. We are history in song. We are hope and we are healing. We are learning to be strong. We are words and we are stories. We are pictures of the past. We are carriers of wisdom, not the first and not the last. Ledor vador nagid God lecha. Ledor vador we protect this chain from generation to generation. Ledor vador these lips will praise your name.
Shabbat Shalom, everybody. It's an honor to have you all here after what has been a much longer confirmation journey than I know that any of us anticipated. And I'm so grateful for your commitment, not just last year when we had a chance to study together each and every Tuesday, first at the Beck campus and then online, but your commitment to aborted attempts to celebrate today in August and in November and now today. Well, I'm so grateful for having had the opportunity to learn with you, to learn from you. And today we take the opportunity to celebrate what is called a siyum. A siyum in some ways is a summing up or a coming together to celebrate a body of learning we've had together. And so we invite each of you to share what it is that you've learned. And we will have a chance to do that partly here in this sacred space where I have had the privilege with many of you of celebrating some very important moments in your lives. And we'll have a chance to celebrate all together as a class tonight. And so we're going to invite Zoe, if you'll come first and share what being Jewish means to you.
Hello. To me, being Jewish means to be fair. It means to respect my elders and to treat people how I would want to be treated. I have learned that it is always important to put others first when they are in need and put my own desires aside. Being Jewish has taught me good morals, and not just how to be a better person, but why I should want to be one. Being Jewish has taught me how to recognize right from wrong, and that I should always do my best to be fair and judgment-free. The Torah has a lot of amazing lessons, and they have shaped me into the person I am today. And I will take these lessons and use them throughout my life. The Jewish traditions that I have done throughout my life and the lessons and advice behind each tradition are truly special and will help me guide me through life.
To me, being Jewish is about ancestry. It's about the community you align yourself in. I don't think it's about being at temple every Friday or going to every holiday service, but more about being a part of a family and a community. I wear my chai around my neck every day, not just because of the religious meaning behind it, but more because of how it connects me to the Jewish community. It is a simple piece of jewelry that can connect me to millions of people worldwide.
To me, being Jewish is identifying myself as part of a group of people whom have chosen to identify as Jewish for various reasons. To me, being Jewish is of applying traditional moralistic ideals with modern ethics and morals. To me, being Jewish is not belonging to any place, not having origins of being, rather of finding our own roots and putting them in different places when the need arises. To me, being Jewish is to follow a certain set of teachings in your own way, something that you do not choose, but rather it's already a part of you, even if you don't realize.
To me, being Jewish means that I'm part of a community with a lot of people behind me that are willing to help me and that'll be there to support me. And there's one God that we all believe in, and it's about making the world a better place. And it's also a roadmap to be a better person in life. And that's what we've learned a lot throughout confirmation.
So if everyone can turn to the supplement sheets that you were given. We spent a lot of time this year studying a lot of texts and looking into that great storehouse of wisdom that is Jewish tradition. There's one section in the Talmud where the rabbis came together and they asked, what was the smartest thing you ever learned from your favorite teacher? And they compiled it all together in a set of chapters that they called Pirkei Avot, the chapters of the fathers, because they thought of their teachers almost like their parents. I think about that because there's so much that I know that Marcy and Heather and Greg and I and Michelle think about you, not just as students that we are blessed to learn with, but are also part of our family. If you remember, we started confirmation in my living room with some ice cream sandwiches, right? Which was part of my family's tradition, which I hope now is part of yours. It begins with this chapter. Moses received the Torah from Sinai and transmitted it to Joshua, and Joshua to the elders, and the elders to the prophets, and the prophets transmitted it to the men of the great assembly. They said three things: be deliberate in judgment, raise up many students, and make a fence around the Torah. So when you see that first of those three admonitions, and it says, be deliberate in judgment, what does that mean? Oh, come on, Noah, your hand is always up first. What does that mean to be deliberate in judgment? Go ahead, Russ. When you make a decision, make sure it's the right one, right? When you make choices, be deliberate in those choices. And if you think about so much that we studied together with Marcy and with me about Jewish, it was about making deliberate choices. We even used those words, live deliberately, which comes from Henry David Thoreau. The idea that when you live your life and when you make your choices as to how you want to live, that those choices should be as deliberate as when a sofer writes a letter in a Torah scroll. Some of you will remember when we wrote the Torah scroll for the temple, and you sat on this bima with the sofer, and you saw how carefully he wrote just that one letter. With every decision that you make in your life, it should be as thoughtful and as careful and deliberate as when a sofer writes a letter in the Torah, because when you write those letters, when you make those choices, you are authoring the story of your life, your own Torah, that you will teach and from which people will learn. The second passage says, raise up many students. That doesn't mean that you should go be a teacher and have many students, though for many of you that would be a really good idea. It means that whatever wisdom that you are given, whether it's from teachers like those of us here at Temple Bethel who love you, or your teachers in school, or your parents and grandparents, or your mentors that you will collect along the way, don't hold it. Take your own wisdom, your own ideas, blend it, weave it together, and share it. Give it to a world that needs what only you see, and the understandings that only you have, and the contributions that only you will make. In the third, it says, make a fence around the Torah. It's so easy to make Judaism an afterthought. It's so easy to take holy things and trample on them. Today's Shabbat. It's so easy for us to take a look at Shabbat and say, you know, it's Friday night, I'm tired, had a long week, feh. It's Saturday, I've got a lot to do, I've got homework, I've got chores, I've got errands I want to run, phooey. You know, I should be honest, but you know, it's so much easier to just tell a lie. You know, I know that I should be generous and give of what I have to those who are in need, but you know what? I worked hard for that, and why should I share? It's so easy to take things that are precious and holy and trample on them, and they teach you to make a fence around those holy things, to guard them for the valuable, precious gifts that they are, and to use them for those holy purposes. The second text that you see on your page teaches, Rabbi Omer, Al tistakel b'kankan ela b'ma sheyesh bo. Do not look at the flask, but at what it contains. A new flask may be full of old wine, and an old flask may not even contain new wine. As I shared with you at the very beginning of this journey almost 2 years ago, teaching confirmation is the most important thing I do all week, because I'm selfish, because I learn from you. You may be fairly young flasks, but I can tell you, having had the privilege of learning with you and seeing you share the incredible depth of ideas that lives in you, some with more enthusiasm than others, was an incredible gift to me. You may be young flasks, but let me tell you, you contain a lot of old wine. And there are a lot of old flasks that don't necessarily have any wine. Never judge a book by its cover. The wisdom that lives in you is as valuable and holy as in any vessel. And I don't ever want you to doubt that the wisdom that you possess is important and meaningful and good. And don't ever think that you've got all the answers. I can guarantee you at 17 you don't. I can guarantee you at 51 you don't. I can guarantee you there will never come a time when you have all the answers, and that's why you're so blessed to be part of this ancient chain of tradition that will continue to pour delicious wine for you throughout the rest of your entire life's journey. And some of that wine you may find that you create for generations that will come after you. But lastly, it teaches, Hillel used to say, "Me'en ani li mili," if I'm not for myself, who will be for me? "Uchshe'ani la'atzmi ma'ani," but if I'm only for myself, then what am I? "V'im lo achshav matai," and if not now, when? Hillel was a genius not because he answered those questions, but because he asked them. Because he realized that we need to cultivate a balance between recognizing the importance of caring for ourselves and plotting for our own selves the path we need to achieve what we want and to carve out our space in the universe. But if all we are is for our own selves, then what are we? And if we've learned anything this last year, life is pretty fragile, and we only get one round. So don't wait. Don't wait to become the person that you were meant to be. Don't wait to activate that moral goodness or the dreams that you have inside, because they are important and they are real. Of the many things that we studied this year, we spent a lot of time studying the Ten Commandments, the love note that God gives us at Mount Sinai and that we have held dear throughout the centuries. And one of the commandments that we paid particular attention to was Kibud Av Va'em, honor your father and your mother. And each of you had a chance to reflect on what that commandment ultimately means. And so I'm going to ask you to come forward so that you can share your own reflections with your parents on how you understood that commandment. And so we'll go in inverse order this time. Doug, if you'd like to go first. And if your mom will come up on the bima with you, take your booklet with you. You're in the front, baby. If you go stand by the microphone so people online can hear.
I would do without you guys always being there to help me out with things that I need or help me with. Mostly everything you've done for me has helped me and a lot in the long run, and I recognize that.
Doug, I've been touched during this last year and a half with your strength, your basketball skills that we shared on retreat, though I did foul you a few times and it was fun. But I was impressed by your depth of commitment and the depth of the heart and the spirit that lives within you. And so with your mom's hands on your shoulders, together we'll say,
Yivarechecha Adonai v'yishmerecha.
May God bless you and keep you.
Ya'er Adonai panav elecha v'chuneka.
may God's light shine upon you and be good to you.
Yisa Adonai panav elecha v'yasem lecha shalom.
The light of God always points towards you. Give you the gifts of happiness, wholeness, and peace.
Amen.
Amen.
Russell?
Dear Mom and Dad, you're always there for when I need help for almost anything, such as driving me places, giving me and buying me things. And I try to show my appreciation, but it'll never be enough. I respect for all that you do for me, regardless of the situation.
Russell, I so enjoyed having you in class because you are one of the most deep-thinking 16, 17-year-old boys I know. You have thoughts in your head. You have ideas that are strong and commitments that are passionate. And you believe very strongly in being you and not letting the winds of what everyone else is doing blow you off course. I've been so impressed by the depth of your thinking and by the commitment that you have shown to this process and to your people and your own participation in Yisrael, your own wrestling with what it means to be part of the Jewish people. And so we're blessed to share these blessings with you.
Yivarechecha Adonai v'yishmerecha.
May God bless you and keep you.
Ya'er Adonai panav elecha v'chuneka.
May God's light shine upon you and be good to you.
Yisa
May the light of God's presence that shines upon you and from inside you guide you on your way towards a life filled with holiness, goodness, blessing, and peace. Amen.
Amen.
Mazel tov.
Amen.
Noah.
Dear Mom and Dad, this year has been so challenging for us in so many ways. It's been one of the toughest years of my life, and I bet you too. I do not know where I would be right now if I did not have you by my side throughout all of it, throughout life even. Since I was a baby, you were there for me through thick and thin, from my first soccer game, my first time ice skating, and my first haircut, but also through the bad, such as my first bad grade, my first nightmare, and really my first everything. And you were there for the second, and the third, and the fourth. You were always there for me, whether it was when I was younger, and you were putting me to bed at night, to now when you are mildly raising your voice, telling me to get off my Xbox and study for school. And although I say all the time how much I dislike Florida, you've helped me realize as long as my family is here, nothing else really matters. So now when we are locked in our houses, and you're the only people I have to talk to in person and not on a screen, you've helped me realize how amazing you are, and even though I may not show it every day, I'm so thankful for all the sacrifices you make for me, day in and day out. I love you to the moon and back.
You'll go stand with him. Noah, every teacher wants to have someone like you in his class because, especially among teenagers today where the hands don't shoot up right away, Noah had his hand up for every question we asked, and it was always the first hand up. And it was always a good idea. And there were times, Noah, where I had to sort of tell you, just take a minute, right, so that we could get the room in for some of your other classmates. But I loved your enthusiasm. I loved your passion. I loved the fact that your mind was working so fast in bouncing off the different ideas and concepts that we were exploring that you just sort of like, it just came out of you. That's called revelation. Noah, that's how God gave birth to the Torah. God was so filled with excitement for all of the ideas that God had garnered, that God wanted to share with us, that it just oozed out at Mount Sinai. And the product of that revelation is what you're holding in your hands. And so I pray that that will continue to be as sacred a gift for you as that which is already continuing to percolate in your brain. And it's been a blessing to have you in our class, as it is a blessing to have you as part of our community.
יברכך אדוני וישמרך.
May God bless you and keep you.
יאר אדוני פניו אליך ויחונך.
May God's light shine upon you and be good to you.
יישא אדוני פניו אליך וישם לך שלום.
May the light of God's presence, sorry, that's your turn.
May God's face always point towards you and give you the gifts of happiness, wholeness, and peace. Amen.
Amen. Mazel tov. So as we conclude today, we know we will have more to celebrate later tonight together with all of your classmates. But I hope that today will not be the culmination of a Jewish journey for you, but will be the catalyst for a greater Jewish journey. One that when you head off to college will lead you to Hillel or Chabad or to Jewish studies classes or a birthright trip or a semester or summer in Israel. One that will lead you constantly throughout your adult life to try to grab hold of Torah and to, sorry. Zoe, I'm totally sorry, it's my mistake. Come on up. Thank you, sorry. I knew we were missing something.
Dear Mom and Dad, I just want to say that I am very thankful to have you both in my life. You have given me an immense number of opportunities to flourish and be the best I can be. I want you to both know how much I appreciate everything you do for me. You both always do what is best for me and put me first always. I can't thank you enough for instilling in me important life lessons and reinforcing good morals and principles that I will certainly carry with me for the rest of my life. I love you both so much.
So I remember we were at your brother's bar mitzvah, and I said to you, Zoe, I really want you to do confirmation. And I was waiting for we'll see, I don't know, maybe, and you're like, yeah, okay. And you have been, I think, one of the most enthusiastic, eager students in our class. You think and you wrestle, and when you're not continued or finished wrestling in class, you were kind enough and honored me enough to continue wrestling through emails that we would send with each other, and we would continue to sort of focus on ideas. This is what it means to be a Jew. Judaism and Torah is a series of questions and answers that come apart. What do I do this? And how do I know this is right? And how do I make meaning out of my life? And how do I find a divine purpose where I can contribute something that will make the world closer to that vision of perfection that God wants us to build? You will be a leader in that movement. You will be the person that other people follow to figure out where to go and what to do. Because that goodness is not something that you seek. That goodness, Zoe, is a thing that you are. And it's a light that shines very, very brightly for everyone who knows you, your peers, your family, and your community to see.
Yevarechecha Adonai v'yishmerecha.
May God bless you and keep you.
Yair Adonai panav elecha v'chuneka.
May God's light shine on you and be good to you.
Yisa Adonai panav elecha v'yasem lecha shalom.
May the light of God's presence that shines upon you and inside you guide you on your way towards a life filled with holy purpose and goodness, joy, blessing, and peace. And we say, Amen.
Amen.
Now, that's why he was looking confused before. Because your rabbi's a goofball. Not that one, this one. So as I was saying, I hope that this is the beginning of a journey that will lead you to explore Torah and Jewish tradition throughout your life, but that your lives will always be filled with goodness, with joy, and with blessing and peace. And we say to all of you, Mazel Tov!
Simin tov, mazel tov, mazel tov, simin tov, simin tov, mazel tov, mazel tov, simin tov, simin tov, mazel tov, mazel tov, simin tov, Yehelanu. blessings. We are history in song. We are hope and we are healing. We are learning to be strong. We are words and we are stories. We are pictures of the past. We are carriers of wisdom, not the first and not the last. Le'ador v'ador nagid God lecha. Le'ador v'ador we protect this chain from generation to generation. Le'ador v'ador these lips will praise your name.
Shabbat Shalom, everybody. We're so grateful to have this opportunity today to celebrate the culmination of what was a much longer confirmation year than I think any of us really ever imagined. And I'm so grateful for your continued commitment to Temple, to our class, not just what you showed last year on Tuesday nights, but also what you've shown this year when we thought we were going to do August, and then when we thought we were going to do November, and then when we thought we were going to, well, here we are. I want you for a moment, parents, just to take a moment with your kids and close your eyes. Even the skeptical people, close your eyes. And I want you to think of your daughters. And I want you to think of the moment that they were first placed in your arms, or when you met them for the first time. And I want you to think about the moment that they crawled for the first time and when they walked for the first time. If you can remember when they said their first words, if you can remember their first day of preschool and their pre-K graduation, and when they went to kindergarten, and when they graduated from grade school and middle school. Think about the day when you celebrated their bat mitzvah. Think about these teenage years, as challenging and as glorious as they have been. I have to tell you, I know I speak for Marcy when I tell you what an amazing privilege it has been to be a part of that journey with you. And how grateful we are that we got to share this year of learning from you and with you. We spent a lot of time together trying to unpack and examine ourselves and our tradition. And so now we invite you to share what you gleaned from this part of your journey. And so, Fallon, if you'll come first and share your thoughts.
It's in the back. No. Okay. What being Jewish means to me is finding my place in the Jewish community and finding myself as a whole. It means that I can be whoever I want in the Jewish community. Being Jewish means that I play a vital role in religion and other parts of the culture. Being Jewish means being yourself and how you bring yourself up in the background, also passing on traditions and customs as well.
To me, being Jewish means a feeling, a sense that God is not a person, but an energy I feel when I think about myself and my community. I think about my morals and the ancient traditions of my ancestors to help me decide what is right from wrong. Being Jewish has taught me to love myself and the imperfections that I see. It is something I am proud of and something I will always identify myself as.
Being Jewish means to me that I will always have a community I belong and I can rely on when times get tough. I know that people in the Jewish community can have very different views on God, the Torah, and how closely it should be followed, but I know that no matter what I believe in, the people in the community will always accept me. There is also a set of morals that Judaism teaches all of its followers, that teaches us that it is important to respect others and treat everyone with kindness. I know that these morals are not only associated with Judaism, but it can be a good way or a good excuse for others to live a good life that otherwise wouldn't have anywhere to look when they are in a crisis.
Now I'd like to ask everyone to turn to those extra source sheets that you were given. We spent a lot of time together looking at different kinds of Jewish texts. And I'd like for you to take a look at the ones that you see here. They come from a collection in the Talmud called Pirkei Avot, which is when the rabbis sat around and said, what was the smartest thing you learned from your favorite teacher? And they compiled that all together in 6 chapters of collections of wisdom that can guide not only their lives, but ours. So if you look at the first one, it says, Moses received the Torah from Sinai and transmitted it to Joshua, and Joshua to the elders, and the elders to the prophets, and the prophets transmitted it to the men of the great assembly. They said 3 things: be deliberate in judgment, raise up many students, and make a fence around the Torah. So when you take a look at those 3 admonitions, be deliberate in judgment, raise up many students, and make a fence around the Torah, what does the first one mean? What does it mean when it says be deliberate in judgment? How do I do that? I'm asking. Yeah, be open-minded. Make sure that when you judge carefully. Good. What else does it mean? That's great. Tony Fallon? To be accepting of others. Be optimistic, to be open when you meet someone. I think it means all of those things. And in addition, I think what the rabbis were trying to say is that when you live your life, live deliberately. That each and every choice that you make, each and every judgment that you make, each and every decision you make should be made carefully and deliberately. Some of you may remember when you came here when we did our Torah project years ago and you got a chance to sit with the sofer and write a letter in the scroll. And you saw how carefully the sofer wrote an individual letter. And what I think the rabbis are teaching is that we should be that careful and that deliberate with every decision we make. Because with every choice that we make, with every judgment that we make, we are writing Torah. We're writing the story of our lives. And when we write that story, we should write it pretty carefully and with a lot of forethought and with deliberate intent. The second thing they say is to raise up many students. That doesn't necessarily mean that you should go be a teacher, though for the three of you, that would be fine. You would be good teachers. You already have been. But it's the idea that whatever wisdom and understanding that you will come to embrace is not just yours to keep, but it's your responsibility to transmit, to pass on, to share the wisdom and the ideas that you will get and that which will come to you because of your own inspiration and intuition, and pass on that wisdom to the people with whom you will share your generation, who need to know it, and to future generations who will build their world upon it. And lastly, they said, make a fence around the Torah. It is so easy to trample on holy things. It's so easy on Friday night to say, you know, it's been a long week, I'm tired, Shabbat next time. Or to say, you know, I worked hard for what I have. Why should I have to share it with somebody else? Or, you know, I could do the honest thing, but it's going to set me back. You know, what's one little lie? It's so easy to trample on holy things. And so the rabbis say, guard your tradition. Guard your moral compass. Guard your sense of who you are. And to allow that sense of who you are and what your tradition guides you to keep holy and preserve it and protect it, observe it and guard it. In the second text, it says, Al tistakel b'kankan ele b'ma sheyesh bo. Rabbi said, do not look at the flask, but at what it contains. A new flask may be full of old wine, and an old flask may not even contain new wine. The three of you are fairly young flasks. But I've had the privilege, along with Marcy and your rabbis and cantors, to see over these many years of your place in our congregation that you have a lot of good old wine, a lot of important wisdom to share. And I always felt so blessed on Tuesday nights when you would share it, when you would pour Marcy and I a glass of your wisdom and let us have a taste of all of that richness that you have concocted in the course of your life's journey. It's true that an old flask may not necessarily have any wine. So don't judge books by their cover. And never doubt the importance of the wisdom that you hold and the understanding that you possess, because it is rich and it is important, and we need to know it. And we will only see it if you share it. But lastly, it says, Hillel used to say, Imein ani li mili, if I'm not for myself, then who will be for me? But if I'm only for myself, then what am I? And if not now, when? Hillel was a genius because he knew to ask the questions and not to answer them. But he understood that we have to cultivate that balance where we realize, hey, you know, there's times we have to advocate for ourselves. We have to stand firm with what we believe. We have to advocate for ourselves. And then we have to say, well, if all we care about is ourselves, then we're not much. That a life lived only in selfish purpose is not really much of a life. And to realize, if we've learned anything this year, that life is pretty fragile and it goes pretty fast. We only get one round to play. And so, don't wait. Don't wait to take hold of what you know you should be. Don't wait to advance the causes and the ideas that you know to be right. Don't wait to go after your dreams. We have spent a lot of time studying a lot of Torah and tradition and how we should navigate this complicated world. But one of the commandments that we focused a lot on was the importance of family and our obligations and what it really means to observe that commandment, kibud av va'em, to honor father and mother. And so we're going to invite you each to come on the bima with your parents so that you can share your reflections on what that commandment means to you. So Tony, if you'll come first with your mom and dad.
Dear Mom and Dad, when we first moved to Florida, as you know, I hated Hebrew school. I didn't want anything to do with it because, like most other fourth graders, I didn't want to get up early on a Sunday and go to class. Dad, you always made it clear to me that it was important to go to classes because the things we learn about is my history, and my mom always showed me how Judaism meant to her after she converted, how much Judaism meant to her. I always fought with you guys about getting any sort of Jewish education, but you guys were persistent. Now looking back, as I'm being confirmed, I couldn't be happier that you guys made me stick with Temple. Little 10-year-old me always thought that the second I was done with my bat mitzvah, I would never step foot in Temple again. But all the classes really helped me to make deep connections with the people here today, or would be here today. Not only did you both help me so much by making that decision for me, but also sending me to sleepaway camp, forcing me to go to Don Estridge rather than Omni, and making me move to Florida all showed me that you both really know what's best for me. I'm beyond thankful for everything you guys do for me. Even if I'm unable to see how much you guys are helping me at times. I love you both so much, and I can't wait to grow more with you guys.
Tony, it has been a remarkable privilege to share this time with you. Your insights and your heart are gargantuan. And I know that coming to confirmation class was an individual choice because it was yours, even though other people in your family would make different choices. And what I love is that you carve your own path and that you live your own life as your own person. We're blessed that your mom and your dad have made such an important impact as leaders in our congregation, in our community. And as you know, your mom is going to become one of the senior leaders of the congregation. She already is. But I want you to know that so are you. You are one of the most important leaders we have because you are authentic and you are real and you are genuine. And when you open up that big heart of yours and you share what you're thinking and what you're feeling and what you're wrestling with, it is one of the greatest joys and one of the most beautiful things to behold. We are so proud of you and to share these blessings with you.
May God bless you and keep you.
May
God's light shine upon you and be gracious to you.
May the light of God's presence that shines upon you and inside you guide you on your way towards a life filled with holiness, goodness, joy, love, and peace. Amen. Jenna.
Hi. Dear Dad, you're my biggest role model. I look up to you every day, and I aspire.
You're okay, sweetie. Take a breath. You're all right.
I aspire to become my own version of you and try to make you proud. Thank you for always being the best version of yourself. Dear Mom, you have shaped me to become the girl I am. I am so thankful. You have taught me things no one else could and understand me better than I understand myself. Thank you for the memories you have given me and the adventures we will continue to seek. Tracy, when you walked into my life, it was the best day, and I had yet to know it. I have so much love for you, and I'm so happy for you both.
You guys will come and stand with her. Give your mom your book.
You said you were. It's for you, baby.
Jenna, I have had so much fun watching you grow. From the time that you were little to your bat mitzvah to today. And what I've always loved about you is you're such a mush. You were a mush at your bat mitzvah. You were a mush in class. Because you're so thoughtful and you're so sensitive. You are all heart. And you live with your passions. You live with your goodness and with your sweetness and with your kindness. And gosh, can you imagine what the world would be if it had a little bit more Jenna in it? If it had a little bit just more authentic sweetness and kindness. We're so grateful for the blessing that is you and what you've shared.
May God bless you and keep you.
May God's light shine upon you and be gracious to you.
May the light that shines from the highest heavens and from inside your beautiful soul be a light that will guide you forever on your way towards a life filled with every blessing and goodness, love and peace. Amen.
Dear Mom and Dad, you have done a lot for me, and I don't feel I've given you enough appreciation. You've raised me and cared tremendously about me. I thank you for all that you have done and everything you have sacrificed for me, like when I was in the hospital and you and Dad were there and still made Phoebe's chorus concert. You helped me in so many ways, and I don't always give you the credit you deserve. I love you so much.
It was a tremendous joy this year, Fallon, to have you in class. You are one of those quiet souls, and I had so much fun watching your mind work behind those eyes. Sometimes you would share because you wanted to. Sometimes you would share because I made you. But when you would share, it was such a blessing because you have so much depth and so much richness, so much understanding and appreciation of nuance of what our tradition is. There is a very deep and resonant soul that dwells inside of you. And what a blessing it was when you were blessed to share it with us. And I hope that as you continue your Jewish journey, you will open up that heart of yours and share it ever more widely, for we will all be blessed to know the understandings that you possess.
Yivarechecha Adonai
May God bless you and keep you.
יהר אדוני פניו אליך ויחונך.
May God's light shine upon you and be gracious to you.
יישא אדוני פניו אליך וישם לך shalom.
May God's light that shines upon you and inside you be a beacon for you and will guide you on your way towards a life filled with every measure of blessing and peace. And we say, Amen.
Amen.
So today is a siyum. It's a culmination. But I hope it is also a catalyst that will launch you into the rest of your Jewish life. And I hope that in your remaining months and years at Temple Bethel, you will continue to invest yourself into our congregation and our community. We hope that you will continue to be involved with youth group and with learning. We hope that next year you will join us when we go on March of the Living to Poland and to Israel. We hope that when you go to college, you will seek out Hillel or Chabad or a Jewish sorority, or take time to take some Jewish studies classes, or find your way to Israel on a birthright trip or a summer or semester there, and that you will continue to draw on the richness of our tradition and of Torah as you build the lives that we can only dream you will build, and that you will build the world that we so desperately need you to build. Mazel tov to all three of you. Hooray! Mazel tov.
Simin tov, mazel tov, mazel tov, simin tov, mazel tov, mazel tov, simin tov, mazel tov, mazel tov, simin tov, yelanu. blessings. We are His story in song. We are hope and we are healing. We are learning to be strong. We are words and we are stories. We are pictures of the past. We are carriers of wisdom, not the first and not the last. The door vador nakid godlecha. The door vador, we protect this chain from generation to generation. The door vador, these lips will praise your name.
Shabbat Shalom, everybody. I'd like for us as we begin to just invite you all to close your eyes, even the skeptical people. And I want you to imagine and just think about the journey that you've had with your sons. I want you to remember back to the moment they placed them in your arms. I want you to remember when you saw him crawl for the first time, when he walked for the first time, when he said his first words, when you brought him to preschool for the first time, when he graduated pre-K and started kindergarten, the first time that you brought him here. You can think to his bar mitzvah, to his teenage years, to when you dropped him off at my house for the first time for our first night of confirmation a year and a half ago. And think what an extraordinary gift that journey has been. I will tell you, for me, I feel enormously grateful that I got to share some of that journey with you, and that I got to share this last year and a half with each of your children, who are so gifted, who are so intelligent, but more than that, who are so thoughtful and so caring. There's a lot going on even when they don't originally or intuitively open their mouths to share it. They are unique and they are special. We spent a lot of time exploring the storehouse of the wisdom that our people has amassed over the generations to think about how we understand ourselves and our lives. And we've invited each of your sons to reflect on what they've gleaned from that journey. And so we'll invite each of them to share what being Jewish means to them. Spencer, we'll have you go first. Use the microphone all the way to the top.
To me, being Jewish means having a connection with others in your community and to have a feeling of comfort with the people who are in your life. I feel that the term Jewish means that we are all connected as a people and group and can accomplish goals together as well as comfort and work along with each other. It's not just the term Jewish as meaning a religion in which we pray to God. It also means that as a group, we can move forward and achieve goals together. As an individual, Jewish means that I can work with and help others in ways that would make the community grow.
To me, being Jewish means the community that I know will always have my back, no matter how messed up my situation is. To me, being Jewish means that whenever I need a place to stay or a meal to eat, there will always be someone who is willing to support me. To me, being Jewish is that when I go to temple, I am able to congregate with people who may not know me, but still share a deep connection that is Judaism. There are only some of the many things that being Jewish means to me, since the community as well as the number of people involved are so vast and diverse. It is hard to pinpoint what exactly Jewish being means to me, But to summarize or to condense what it means, I would say that being Jewish is the community. The community has mine and everyone's interest involved, always helping whenever it can, along with making sure it is making ethical and morally sound decisions in order to facilitate the betterment of the world. Judaism is a part of me, and even though what it means in the eyes of me and many others is constantly evolving and changing, it will always bring a sense of family and community to all.
To me, being Jewish means that I'm a part of a community of people who are connected to me, and that creates a form of safety. We are a group of people who have gone through many challenges and tribulations, and that connects us and makes us stronger. Being Jewish is what connects me to other people in the world and allows us to be a part of something greater than ourselves. To me, being Jewish is something that I'm proud of and continue to pursue in the future.
To me, being Jewish means that I have a community that I can always rely on. Through the Jewish community, I've become closer to many more people. One example of a community that I can always rely on is our confirmation group. I have met new people and become closer to people I already knew through confirmation. To me, being Jewish also means that we should always uphold ourselves to certain values, such as being kind to others and giving back to the community. I also believe that through Judaism, we can all learn to live our best lives and be all around good people.
Now I'd like to ask you to turn to the source sheets that you have with you. There's a passage in the Talmud that about 1900 years ago, the rabbis sat around and they said, "What was the smartest thing your favorite teacher ever taught you?" And they compiled it all together in 6 chapters they called Pirkei Avot, the chapters of the fathers, because they thought of their teachers as important to them as their own parents. And as someone who has been blessed to be your teacher at different stages in your life's journey and over this year of confirmation, I can tell you, I think of you as part of my family too. If you look at the first passage, it says, Moses received the Torah from Sinai and transmitted it to Joshua, and Joshua to the elders, and the elders to the prophets, and the prophets transmitted it to the men of the great assembly. They said 3 things. Be deliberate in judgment, raise up many students, and make a fence around the Torah. Can I ask you to look at those 3 admonitions? The first, be deliberate in judgment. What does that mean? What does it mean to be deliberate in judgment? This is where you get to answer. Say it again. Be fair. To make sure you judge according to an honest, good criteria. Good. When you're making a judgment, think it through. Good. Boys, anything you want to add? Your parents are very good confirmation students. So I think that part of what that passage teaches is the idea that when we make choices, to be very thoughtful and careful in how we make those choices. Some of you may remember when the temple did our Torah project years ago, you sat here on this bima and you helped a Sofer write an individual letter in the Torah. And you saw how carefully he wrote that one individual letter. And I think this passage invites us to be as deliberate in making every single choice and every single decision that we make as carefully as a Sofer writes a letter in a Torah scroll. Because everything you choose Every decision you make, every judgment that you make helps you to write your own Torah. It's the way that you author the story of your lives. The second is raise up many students. That doesn't mean that you should all grow to be teachers, though I can tell you with the four of you, you would be wonderful teachers. But it means that when you gather all of the knowledge, all of the understanding, all of the wisdom that you will amass, don't be selfish. Share it. Transmit it. Take all that you will learn and weave it together with all of the unique insights that will be yours, and then pass it on. Share it with your generation. Share it with generations to come, your children and your grandchildren, so that they will grow in wisdom as you have grown from the wisdom amassed before you. And the third is to make a fence around the Torah. It is so easy to trample what is holy. It's so easy on Friday night to say, you know, it's been a long week. I've been on my feet all day. Fesh, about maybe another week. Or, you know, there's a lot we've got to do. And you know what? I just don't have time to commit to making a difference for others. Or, you know, I worked hard for what I have. Why should I have to share it with those less fortunate than me? Or, you know, if I tell the truth, it's going to set me back. So maybe this time I'll just let the truth go away. So they say, make a fence around the Torah. Protect what is holy. Make sure that you protect it, that you guard it, that you give it the opportunity to have the safety it needs so that it can flourish and grow, and use it wisely and well. The second passage that you see on the source sheet teaches, Al tistakel b'kankan ela b'ma sheyesh bo. Do not look at the flask, but at what it contains. A new flask may be full of old wine, and an old flask may not even contain new wine. You four are pretty young flasks. But as I've had the privilege of sharing with you in this last year and a half and more, there's a lot of good wine in you. And one of the things that I know Marcy and I enjoyed so much over our year of confirmation is when we would sit in class and you'd pour us a glass of your wisdom. And it was such a rich vintage. And it had so much texture. And it was so deep, even though it came from a fairly young vessel. And I will tell you that there's old vessels that don't necessarily have any wine. So never doubt what you know. Never doubt that what you have to share matters. Don't judge a book by its cover. But at the same time, never forget that there are some really old caskets that contain some really rich wine. And that if you're humble enough to realize you don't know everything, and that none of us know everything, you may be amazed at what you get to taste if you're willing to be open to that. And lastly, Hillel said, Im ein ani li mili, if I'm not for myself, who will be for me? Uchsha'ani la'atzmi ma'ani, but if I'm only for myself, what am I? V'im lo achshav matai, and if not now, when? Hillel's genius, I think, is not that he answered those questions, but that he posed them. That he realized that we had to constantly, each and every day, be asking us to find that balance between knowing that we need to advocate for ourselves, to assert our beliefs, and to stay rooted in what we know, and at the same time realize that a life that's lived only in selfish purpose is no life at all. And that you need to figure out how, when you've given so much of yourself, there's nothing left to give yourself. And how to find that precious balance so that you can be all you can be for yourself, for your family, for your community, for your world. But don't wait. If we've learned anything this year, life is pretty fragile and is never a straight line. Don't wait to share what you have. Don't wait to become what you know you should be. Don't wait to do what you know is the right thing. We have spent a lot of time this year studying our sources. And one of the passages and the commandments we spent a great deal of time thinking about is our obligations of love and family. And we asked each of our students to reflect on the commandment, Kibud Av Va'em, to honor your father and your mother. And so we're going to ask each of our students to share with you in front of the ark what it is that they've learned from what it means to honor their father and their mother. So Evan, if you'll join us first. If you'll stand right here. If you'll read to me.
Dear Mom and Dad, thank you. Thank you for everything you've done for me. Thank you for giving me a home, disciplining me even when I don't think it's necessary. Thank you for letting me pursue the things in life I most enjoy. Thank you for helping me during my lowest points. Thank you for keeping me up during my highest points. I know I keep a lot to myself, but I am forever grateful for everything you've done for me. Thank you.
If you'll go next to him. And place your hands on his shoulders. Evan, it's been such a rich joy to have you in our class. I was always impressed when I would find out the new unbelievable thing that you had set out to accomplish. You have set a bar for yourself that's not here, it's about up there. And what inspires me is that with a quiet sense of certitude and confidence, you have no doubt that you will achieve everything that you seek to accomplish in life. And I'm so impressed that in the midst of all of that sense of commitment to launching yourself, you still remain grounded in what matters, in your family, in your community, in your tradition, and in your principles. And I pray that no matter how high you soar, that you will never lose your sense of where you belong, and that you will use all of the talent and drive that you have to become all that you and God can help you together to be. May God bless you and keep you.
May God's light shine upon you and be gracious to you.
May God's light that shines upon you and from inside you guide you on your way towards a life filled with goodness and holiness, blessing and peace. And we say amen. Spencer.
Dear Mom, thank you for providing me with a home for shelter and a life that is filled with so many wonders. I never had the urge to speak or say thanks for everything you have done for me. We argue a lot, and even though we don't agree on most things, we always find a way to make amends with each other. Life is hard, and during most days I stress. If it seems like I'm ignoring you, I'm not. It just takes time for me to process what's going on. Even if I'm mad or upset, I know that you will always be there for me no matter what. Thank you.
Spencer, I had so much fun studying with you and learning from you. I was always interested in what you would say, always excited to hear what new idea that you would express. I was always a little curious about what you might put in your mouth from week to week. But mostly what I came to know about you, Spencer, is what I've known about you since I knew you from when you were a little boy, which is that you are what the Yiddish term is a gute neshama. You are a good man. You're a kind, decent, sensitive, thoughtful boy. And you're growing to be an incredibly capable and determined young man. And I know that these last months have been very difficult for you and your family. And I've been impressed by your strength, and I've been impressed by your sense of resilience. And I pray that you know that this space, that these people are always part of that larger family that will never go away and will always be there for you. May God bless you and keep you.
May God's light shine upon you and be gracious to you.
May the light of God's presence be a beacon for you to point you on your way towards life filled with goodness and blessing, joy and health, love and peace. We say amen. Matthew.
Mom and Dad, I might not say this a lot, but thank you. A lot of kids don't necessarily comprehend how much their parents do for them, but after the whole girlfriend thing, I really came to understand and how much my parents do for me. Wait, no, hold on. I'm gonna restart. I lost my pace there. Dear Mom and Dad, I might not say this a lot, but thank you. A lot of kids don't necessarily comprehend how much their parents do for them, but after the whole girlfriend thing, I came to understand and unprecedentedly appreciate you guys. After that low point, I realized that every single thing you do for me is to help, and I really don't know how to express my gratitude, but I'll do my best. I love you guys, and to be honest, I don't think anyone I've ever met, seen, or heard has better or more caring, more passionate, more sharing, or loving parents than I have. You truly are the biggest inspirations to me, as well as teaching me through example, great examples. Recently, my mind hasn't been as cloudy as it has been, and I now see what everyone has said for the longest time. I have the best parents. Thank you for helping me through life and teaching me how to be who I am.
Place your hands on his shoulders. So Matthew, I remember being so impressed that we had already been a few weeks into the year when you registered and came to join our class. And I thought, wow, that's pretty cool. And you gave so much to our congregation and to our community and our class in that year. You had such thoughtful things to say and so many interesting things to share to our class discussions. There were so many times that I would sort of look at you in class and I would look at those blue eyes and I would say, man, there's a lot going on behind those eyes. There's so much richness and deepness and goodness in you. And I pray that you will, when you're ready, share all of that goodness and express all of those amazing ideas and riches that are inside of that incredible soul of yours. Mazel tov. May God bless you and keep you.
May God's light shine upon you and be gracious to you.
Shalom.
May the light of your intellect and your radiant spirit guide you towards a life filled with every blessing, goodness, health, and joy and peace. Mazel tov. Max.
Dear Mom and Dad, I really want to thank you for all the times you handle me when I seem uncontrollable. I understand how much time, care, and effort it takes to make me happy, and I appreciate you trying. Thank you for all the useless things you got me, even though you knew I was going to throw it out eventually. Thank you for sending me to a school, though which I hate, eventually will help me in the future. I will try more soon.
If you'll come and place your hands on his shoulders. Max, I remember when we were in Israel together and we were climbing Masada. And your mom, if you will remember, was wearing a boot for most of the time we were in Israel and probably pushed herself a bit further than she should have. And when I said, "How are you doing?" she'd say, I'm fine. And then we were on the retreat and you weren't feeling good. And I said, "Max, are you all right? Do you want to just take a break?" I'm fine. I'm like, Lador Vador. But what I love about you, Max, is that you have not only that grit and tenacity that allows you to push yourself to run ever faster, to achieve more and more, but that you have a playful kindness and sensitivity. I always remember days in class when I would look at you and you would have this twinkle in your eye and I'd say, God, I want to know what the joke is. I want to know what he's thinking, because you have such tremendous understanding and you have such an incredible sensitivity. You see the world with an incredible precision. And I hope that as you go through your life, that you will use all of the gifts of your tradition, the love of your family, not only your inner strength, which is prodigious, but your large and giving heart, which is even more prodigious. Mazel tov. May God bless you and keep you.
May God's light shine upon you and be gracious to you.
May the light of God's presence that shines upon you and from inside you guide you on your way towards a life filled with every measure of blessing and goodness, love and peace. Amen. So as we culminate this long journey of confirmation, I hope today is not a conclusion but a catalyst. I hope that today will launch you into the next chapter of your Jewish lives. I hope that you will find your way to continue learning here at Temple, here for the remainder of your junior year and into your senior year. I hope that you will join me next year when we go to Poland and Israel on March of the Living. I hope that when you go to college, you will find your way to Hillel or Chabad or to Jewish studies classes or to a Jewish fraternity, that you will find your way back to Israel on a birthright trip or for a semester or for a summer. I hope that you will continue to build the richness of your wisdom, the understanding of your minds, and the greatness of your spirits, and that your lives will be filled with love and joy and with peace. And so we say, Mazel tov.
Simin tofu, mazel tov, simin tov, simin tofu, mazel tov, simin tov, simin tofu, mazel tov, simin tov, Yehelanu.
incredibly long ties to Temple. You've kids that grew up here, whose kids have grown up here. You have RKs, rabbis' kids and executive directors' kids and grandchildren. And it's a lot of Bethel history that just gives me the chills looking at all of you at this moment. And we are so proud. And those of us who were blessed to be either bar mitzvahed or hired or educated by Rabbi Singer and to sit in this space with him is unbelievable. And so this is a beautiful moment with very deep ties, and I can't go on without acknowledging that. And I'm up here, well, Dan has been up here the rest of the time because he's a dad right now at this moment. So Amy, you don't have to sit alone, you're good. You have your daughter and your husband by your side. So when you were born, each of you guys, and you went immediately, I promise you, into the hearts of your parents. And even if you have siblings, they have a place in your parents' hearts too, but there's a shape in their heart that is uniquely yours. They know the best things about you, and they know the most challenging things about you. And they love you like no one else loves you, and you are inside their heart. But as you grew, they brought Judaism to you, and Judaism sat outside your heart. It was there in proximity in your life, whether you learned the Shema as a little baby in preschool, or whether you came to synagogue and discovered that you loved the art of Judaism or the culture of Judaism or the numbers of Judaism or the ethics of Judaism, and you grew. And ultimately, when you became bar or bat mitzvah in this sanctuary, you realized that as an adult in the eyes of the Jewish community, the words of Judaism started to penetrate your heart in the same way your births penetrated your parents' hearts. And now on this day with confirmation, a journey that's been 1.5 years, far longer than any other confirmation we've ever known, on this day, we sit in your heart because we are in awe of how you have taken not just the beauty of the synagogue and of Judaism and let it play out in your lives and your connection to Temple and becoming confirmands, but how you have been a model of resilience and growth and strength this year. And I truly believe that the world will be better because of you, each and every one of you. You will be able to take anything that comes your way because you have been flexible and resilient and recalibrated all year long, not just with confirmation, but with everything. And for that, the world will be stronger and better for your presence in it. But right now, at this moment of confirmation, we sit back and we rejoice. We are blessed to have you in our presence. We cannot wait to hear your words of wisdom and all the beautiful things that you have to say. And so we're going to invite each of you up one at a time to read your section of the service that talks about the Jewish lessons. And so Lance, I'm going to invite you to go first. These are the pages towards the back in the 20s that you'll read your words to us.
Lidor fador nakid kod lecha. Lidor fador, we protect this chain from generation to generation. Lidor fador, these lips will praise your name.
To me, being Jewish means that I have certain duties and responsibilities I have to fulfill. Whether these responsibilities are physical or mental, I should try to stick to them to the best of my abilities. Judaism teaches millions of lessons, and it helps guide us through life. It helps us make the right choices and be the most righteous human beings we can be. As a Jew, I have to be respectful, truthful, thoughtful, and much more. I have to be a human being that God would be proud of.
To me, being Jewish. Okay. To me, being Jewish means always having a community,
Whenever I find out a celebrity is Jewish, I always feel somewhat connected to them. When you go to Israel for the first time, you get a feeling of gratitude from knowing almost the entire country is just like you and has your back. Sitting in temple on the high holidays is so meaningful, and I feel so connected to my community when we all get to pray together. I love when I go somewhere and find someone Jewish and almost immediately have a connection with them. The feeling of just knowing that your religion causes a sense of community worldwide for everyone is what makes me love being Jewish more than anything.
To me, being Jewish means instilling tradition and family into our lives. Tradition continues and is preserved throughout each generation. Being Jewish is special to me because I sing the same prayers that my ancestors once did. In my opinion, being Jewish is having strong morals and being able to help the less fortunate, giving back to others, and even working together instead of being alone.
To me, being Jewish means tradition. The customs passed down from generation to generation, more specifically from my grandfather to my father, now to me, are what makes me Jewish. Connecting with friends and family every year during holidays, life milestones, and summer camps has reminded me that Judaism not only teaches us how to be a good person, but also shows us that relationships with one another are crucial parts of life. I also believe that tradition gives us a purpose, not only to learn from our ancestors, but also to show these values to our children. Seeing the impact Judaism has had on my family shows me how Judaism can lead a person to live a life of fulfillment.
If everybody can turn to the source sheets that you were given. We spent a lot of time over the last year and a half looking at the storehouse of Jewish text and tradition and seeing how that incredible richness can guide us in the decisions that we make. And one of the parts of the Talmud that is among my favorites is called Pirkei Avot. It's a section where the rabbis sort of gathered together and they said, what was the smartest thing your favorite teacher ever taught you? And they gathered that all together so that not only would they be able to share wisdom with each other, but with future generations like us. The first one in the collection says this: Moses received the Torah from Sinai and transmitted it to Joshua, and Joshua to the elders, and the elders to the prophets, and the prophets transmitted it to the men of the great assembly. They said three things: be deliberate in judgment, raise up many students, and make a fence around the Torah. So when you look at those three admonitions, be deliberate in judgment, raise up many students, and make a fence around the Torah. When you look at the first one, what do you think it means to be deliberate in judgment? This is where you get to participate. Yeah, Aim. Good. Right, so don't necessarily judge before you've had a chance to consider everything that might influence that judgment. Beautiful. Someone else? Yeah, to be thoughtful in your actions. As we studied, using the words of Henry David Thoreau, live deliberately. Many of you will remember being here in this sanctuary with your family years ago when our congregation embarked on writing a new Torah scroll. And you sat right here on the bima with the Sofer as he very carefully wrote a single letter in the Torah. And I think what the rabbis are trying to teach here is that we should be as careful with every single decision, with every single choice, with every single judgment we make as a Sofer would be in writing a single letter in the Torah. Because with every choice that we make, with every judgment we make, with every decision we make, we are authoring Torah. We are writing the story of our lives. And we should write that story very, very carefully and use the gift of life with as much judicious precision as we can muster. The second thing they said was to raise up many students. That doesn't mean that you all should grow up to be teachers, though I can tell you the four of you would make very fine teachers. But it's to take all that you are gleaning, all of the knowledge, all of the understanding, all of the wisdom that you are amassing, and don't be selfish. Share it. Take all of the insights that you are gleaning from your tradition and from all of the sources of learning that you are encountering, and add your own intuition and insight and give it generously to your generation and to generations that will come after you so that they can grow even larger than you have grown. And lastly, it says make a fence around the Torah. It is so easy to trample what is holy. It's so easy to say on a Friday night, it's been a long week. I'm tired. Feh. It's so easy to say, you know, if I am honest, it's going to set me back. I'll just tell a little lie this time. It's easy to say, you know what, I worked hard for what I have. I don't really want to share so much of what I have with others. It's so easy to cross those lines. And so the rabbis say, make a fence, guard that, be careful with it. Make sure you protect those holy things because they are what will give you the richness of a spiritual life that will allow you to grow higher and holier than you could ever imagine. In the second passage, it says, Al tistakel bakankan el b'ma sheyesh bo. Do not look at the flask, but at what it contains. A new flask may be full of old wine, and an old flask may not even contain new wine. The four of you are pretty young flasks. But as I've had the privilege of learning on Tuesday nights with you, and over these many years I have watched you grow, and most nights with you, there is a lot of really good old wine in that young flask. And I can think of so many nights on a Tuesday when you would pop open the bottle of your soul and pour Marcy and me a really rich glass of the vintage that is you. And it was so tasty and so complex and so nuanced. And I hope that you will realize that the wine that lives in you is important, that the wisdom that you have to share matters. And even though your flask is very young, that doesn't mean that what you have to offer is of any less import, because gosh knows, old flasks don't necessarily have much to teach and don't necessarily have any wine at all. Don't judge a book by its cover. But at the same time, remember that there are some really good old kegs that have some really rich vintages, and that if you are lucky and humble enough, you will be able to sample some of the great fragrances and flavors that will help you to enhance not just your palate, but your soul. And lastly, Hillel said, Im ein ani li mili, if I am not for myself, who will be for me? Uchshe'ani la'atzmi ma'ani, but if I'm only for myself, what am I? V'im lo achshav ein matai, but if not now, when? Hillel was a genius because he knew to ask those questions and not to answer them, but to constantly put those two ideals and keep them balanced with each other. Because if you do not advocate for yourself, for what you know, for your truths, for your understandings of the way the world ought to be, no one will advocate for them for you. But if only you make your priority your selfish concern, what are you? Nothing. And if we have learned anything from this last year, life is very fragile and very precious and very fleeting, and we only get one turn. And so don't wait. Don't wait. Don't say, you know what, eventually I'll get to my dreams. Eventually I'll become the person I'm supposed to be. Eventually, someday, I'll reach out for what I know is my most authentic self. Do it now. The world needs who you are and what you will become. We spent a lot of time in our class poring over the commandments that have enriched our tradition for generations, and one that we spent a lot of time focused on was the commandment of love and honor, and what it is that we owe ourselves in our relationships with our family, our community, and our world, and what it really means to honor father and mother. And so we'll invite each of you as families to come to the Bima so that our children can share with us what they've learned about what it means to honor our parents. So, Ella, we'll start with you. Stand right here. Perfect. Hang on. You're not quite as tall as Evan Koff.
Dear Mom and Dad, you have been the most, oh, sorry, I read someone else's. Dear Mom and Dad, thank you for teaching me to be independent, brave, kind, resilient, unique, and nothing but myself. I know I don't tell you every day, but I am beyond thankful for everything you do for me and teach me in life. I would not be where I am without you and your constant love and support. I am so blessed that our relationships feel like friendships. Thank you for teaching me to be honest and allowing me to be myself. I love you more than you know.
Ella, I have been blessed to have been part of the Taub Circle of Joy for many years. I think of your great-grandmother and all of the times I was blessed to spend with her, and with Rana and Mark, your grandparents, with your mom and your dad. But it has been such a unique privilege to see how all of the confluence of those great people have come to fruition in you. I look in your eyes and I see all of them, because you express the goodness that is each of them uniquely, but also that is uniquely you, with kindness and sensitivity, with insight and with joy, looking for the goodness in people and in our world. And I pray that as you grow forward in your life, that you will take all of the richness from which you come and all of the greatness that you are, and use that as a gift to enrich a world that needs exactly what you are and what you will accomplish. May God bless you and keep you.
May God's light shine upon you and be gracious to you.
May the light of God's presence that shines upon you and from inside you be a light to guide you on your way towards a life filled with every measure of blessing and goodness and peace. Mazel tov. Lance. You're not the executive director today.
No, I'm asking if she could take pictures. Okay.
Dear Mom and Dad, thank you. Oh, wow. Thank you for everything you do for me. Whether it is big, exhausting sacrifices you make, or the small, seemingly unnoticeable things you do, reassure yourselves that it does not go unseen. When taking a minute to think about the day-to-day sacrifices you all make, it truly astounds me how unappreciative to you I sometimes am. I don't thank you enough, and I don't show you enough gratitude for your everyday commitments. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Lance, when we began our confirmation journey, we spent a lot of time talking about what were our ultimate values. And one of the ones that I remember came from you was integrity, was doing the right thing even when no one is looking. It was an idea that came so easily to your lips and to so many people is a foreign concept. And I know in many ways why you know that, because you come from people who embody that and who inspire me because that's how they live. But what inspires me, Lance, is not just where you come from, but who you are individually. You're funny, and you're sharp, you're kind, and you're good. But what impresses me most, Lance, is that you are growing to be what they call an Übermensch, a really good, decent guy who is grounded and understanding and wise. And I pray, Lance, that you will always stay grounded even as you reach for all of the things that you will seek to accomplish in life, and that you will use those very hard-earned and those deeply ingrained values to help you to become all that you might be. Mazel tov. May God bless you and keep you.
May God's light shine upon you and be gracious to you.
May God's light be a beacon to you to help you to find your polar north that will help you to pack your way towards a life filled with blessing and goodness and peace. Mazel tov. Isaac.
Should I move in? Okay. Dear Mom and Dad, thank you for everything. I'm grateful beyond anything I can put into words. I'm grateful for the generous, loving acts of kindness you do for me every day. From leading me and teaching me through childhood to just the little conversations that we have. I appreciate your guidance and wisdom. Although sometimes I may seem unaware of your kindness, I truly am thankful and grateful to have you guys as my parents and role models. I hope you guys know that, and I love you guys. Thank you.
Isaac, I've had the blessing of knowing you since before you were. And it has been an incredible blessing that I can't put into words to be a part of the Singer clan for nearly 25 years. I remember meeting your father and some of your uncles when I was a new young rabbi here, that your grandfather was kind enough to give me the opportunity to share in this amazing congregation. And I always wondered, I wonder who this kid's going to be. Because he comes from such extraordinary parents, from such extraordinary journeys in life, from China and Latin America to here, from Philly and Boca. And what I found to be so impressive about you, Isaac, is that I discovered something. It's not that you just have a soul, a deep, rich, resonant soul. It's an ancient soul. It's a soul that has such a depth of appreciation and understanding that is so far beyond your 17 years, it is extraordinary to experience. When you would share a thought in our confirmation class, it was as if you were one of the sages in the great Sanhedrin. It wasn't that you weren't authentic, and it wasn't that you weren't funny, and it wasn't that you weren't really just Isaac, but it was so clear that the Kutzker from whom you descend, and from great Chinese pharmacists, I think, right? And from all of the richness of the depths of who you are, blends together in such an extraordinary spiritual expression. And you are such a bright light, Isaac, and I hope that whoever gets to be part of that radiance will realize what a blessing it is to know you, and how blessed our world will be by what you will accomplish. Mazel tov. May God bless you and keep you.
May God's light shine upon you and be gracious to you.
May the light of God's presence that shines throughout the generations and through you be a light to guide you towards life filled with blessing and goodness, love and peace. Amen.
Me, caring for me, and most importantly, loving me. I know I may sometimes not be the best daughter and forget the more important things in life. You guys have worked so hard to give me the best childhood and life I could have asked for, and I really need to stop and thank you much more often. Sorry. The morals you have given me have affected most of my life choices, and despite what I sometimes think, you're actually the best parents ever. I actually judge other people and their parents because they clearly weren't raised as well as me. Once again, thank you, and I love you forever.
Ellie, it is such an honor to be able to talk to you here on the Bema at your confirmation service. Your family has been such an integral part of my family for so long, and it's usually reversed. Your dad is usually talking to one of my children, and now I have the honor to be able to talk to you, which brings me unbelievable joy. You come from a family that has dedicated themselves to this special place, and this place is so special to all of the people in this congregation. We all feel it so deeply. And your parents have committed themselves to the beauty of this place. And so have you. You have committed yourself to so many things, to being an excellent student, to being an excellent dancer, and to still coming to confirmation class when you can. That shows your strength. That shows your commitment. That shows your dedication, which is something beautiful to behold. You said in your writing that you may not be the best daughter. I could not disagree with that more. You are a wonderful daughter. You are a strong personality. We saw it from the time you were this big and you were walking around this building with your little blankie, and you always had a strong personality and dedication and commitment. And hold on to that. Embrace it. Take it with you through the rest of your life because it will serve you well. It is something to be proud of. It is something to sing from the mountaintops because you are beautiful, not just outside, which you are, but so beautiful on the inside, with so many blessings to share with the world. And I'm honored you were able to share a piece of you with me this year and with the rest of the confirmation class. And I'm always honored that your parents share themselves with the depth and love of this congregation. Mazel tov.
May God bless you and keep you. May God's light shine upon you and be gracious to you. Like the beautiful pavement of sapphires in this week's Torah portion, may your paths be beautiful and smooth and lead to peace. Amen and Mazel Tov.
Ella and the Taub family, Lance, Kaufman family, Ilana the Levins, and Isaac the Singers. This room is sacred because of the life experiences you have celebrated here in the midst of your family, your loved ones, and those who are locked eternally in the memory of your hearts, and we, your community. What you've learned in this room can and hopefully will support you in making your life choices. By studying is never ending. It's on and on and on. And I hope you are confirming to keep learning about who you are and what you represent. Be aware of your effect on the world and its effect on you. Remember to be a blessing, to earn a blessing, and most importantly, to give blessings to all of us who love you so dearly, and to you, your families, mean so very much. And let us say amen.
What a tremendous honor it is for us to share this very holy moment with you. In many ways, Merle, you are the trunk of the tree from which we all have sprung. And it is, I think, an incredible zchut, an incredible merit for us that we celebrate Shabbat and holidays and these occasions in the Rabbi Merle E. Singer Sanctuary. So I hope that today is not a culmination, but a catalyst. I hope that you will continue to engage in Jewish life here at Temple Beth El during the remaining months that you will live in your home and in our community, that you will join me next year on March of the Living when we head to Poland and to Israel, that when you find your way to whatever college campus we'll be blessed to have you, that you will find your way to Hillel or to Chabad or to a Jewish fraternity, to the Jewish Studies Department, to a birthright trip, or to a summer semester in Israel, and that you will continue to draw on the energy and the richness of our tradition as you build the moral fabric and foundation of your lives. And so to all of you and to us we say, Mazel Tov.
Mazel tov, simin tov, mazel tov, simin tov, yehen lanu.
A little bit, right? Everybody has a booklet? Okay.
We are gifts and we are blessings. We are history in song. We are hope and we are healing. We are learning to be strong. We are words and we are stories. We are pictures of the past. We are carriers of wisdom, not the first and not the last. Lidor vador nakid God lecha. Lidor vador we protect this chain from generation to generation. Lidor vador these lips will praise your name.
Shabbat Shalom, everybody. I want us, as we begin, to just take a minute and invite you to close your eyes. And I want you to think of your children. And I want you to remember the moment they placed them first in your arms. And when you met them for the first time. Remember when they crawled and when they walked and uttered their first words. When they had their first day at preschool and graduated pre-K and headed off to kindergarten. Remember the day of their bar and bat mitzvah and all of these teenage years and the extraordinary challenges that those years sometimes bring. It has been an incredible privilege for me to have been a part of that journey with you in this year of confirmation, which is more like almost 2 years. From the moment that you dropped your kids off tentatively at the door of my house on the first night of class, to their retreat and their many Tuesdays at the Beck campus, and then occasions online. The journey that we have shared is precious and holy. It was a year for me of learning with your children, learning from your children, and watching them wrestle with all of the facets of Jewish tradition and to see how they tried to make sense of the ancient ideas and teachings and understandings that filter down from tradition through you to them. And so, as we begin today, we take a moment to think about what they have gleaned and what they've learned and what Judaism means to them. Ben? Come up on the beam.
To me, being Jewish means belonging to a strong community. This community will always be there for you, and you know you are a part of it. Being Jewish also means carrying on the traditions and remembering history.
To me, being Jewish means having a sense of community, a group of people that I share a value with, a group of people that I know will always have my back.
To me, being Jewish means that we all stick together no matter what is going on in the world. This means that we all embrace who we are with a deep symbolic way of life. It's more than the religion, it's a way of life. Judaism is my faith and my life that makes me feel super connected to God that I get to express during my everyday life.
I'd like to ask everyone to turn to the source sheets. We spent a lot of time in class looking at texts and trying to see how those texts teach us who we need to be and where we need to go. And helps if I bring one. Hi. We learn Torah and Midrash and Jewish law and more modern sources. But in the Talmud, there is a section called Pirkei Avot, where the rabbis said, what's the smartest thing your favorite teacher ever taught you? And they culled all of those brilliant ideas into 6 chapters in this tractate that they called the chapters of the fathers, because they thought of their teachers with as much love and reverence as they did their parents. And as you know, and as I've shared with you, I think of you as part of my family too. In the first passage in that section, it reads, Moses received the Torah from Sinai and transmitted it to Joshua, and Joshua to the elders, and the elders to the prophets, and the prophets transmitted it to the great assembly. They said 3 things: be deliberate in judgment, raise up many students, and make a fence around the Torah. When we look at those 3 admonitions there, to be deliberate in judgment, raise up many students, and make a fence around the Torah, we take a look at what each of those means. So when you look at the first one, to be deliberate in judgment, what is it that you think that means? This is where you get to share. It means you have to be honest, right? You have to be authentic. You have to be real. Good, good. Someone else. Here, Rach. Yeah, that you need to sort of greet people with a positivity and an openness and a welcoming spirit. Good, good. Good, good. I think for me, part of what I always take from that passage is the be deliberate part. As we talked about, right, one of the passages that we talked about on different weeks was this idea from Henry David Thoreau of live deliberately. That when you have a choice to make, when you have a decision in front of you, when you have a judgment to make, don't be haphazard, don't rush, don't be lax, be deliberate, be thoughtful, be careful. Some of you may remember when we did the Torah project years ago and you came and actually sat on this bima and helped to write a letter in the Torah. You remember how careful the Sofer was in writing a single letter. And I think what the rabbis want is for us to be as deliberate and careful in every decision and choice that we make, every judgment that we profess, as a Sofer is in writing a single letter of Torah. Because with every choice that you make and every decision that you have to make, you are writing a story. You are writing your Torah. You are writing the story of your lives. And you should be careful and deliberate in how you author that manuscript. The second is that you should raise up many students. That doesn't mean that you should be teachers, though I'm sure that all 3 of you would make great teachers. I think it means that you should take all of the wisdom, all of the knowledge, all of the understanding that you are vacuuming up at this stage in your life and that you will throughout your life, and don't be selfish. To share it, to take all of the wisdom and understanding from tradition and from those who have come before you, and add to it your own unique insight and intuition And then be generous. Share it with your generation. Share it with the generations that will come after you so that they can rise up even higher than you will. And the third is to make a fence around the Torah. It is so easy to trample that which is holy. It's so easy to say on a Friday night, you know, it's been a long week. I'm tired. Shabbat, another week. Or to say, you know, if I'm honest, it's going to set me back. So you know what, this time, I'm just going to tell the lie. Or to say, you know what, I've worked hard for what I have, and I don't have as much as I need, and so you know what, I don't need to share with others. There is so much that is holy and good that Torah and tradition teach that is so easily trampled. And so the rabbis say, make a fence around that, guard that, observe that, make sure that you use that in order to create a precious sense of holiness in your life. The second passage there says, Al tistakel bakankan ela b'ma sheyesh bo. Do not look at the flask, but at what it contains. A new flask may be full of old wine, and an old flask may not even contain new wine. The three of you are young flasks. But as I've discovered, and Marcy and I have shared over many years, and certainly our year of confirmation, God, is there good wine in you guys? And on Tuesday nights, when you would feel like it, you would pop open a bottle of your best vintage and pour Marcy and I a glass of your wisdom, and we would get to taste that. And it was delicious. It was resonant, and it was complex, and it was fragrant. And the Hebrew word for fragrance, reach, is the same word as the Hebrew word for spirit, which is ruach. And through the fragrance, the spirit of what you shared, our lives were enriched. And so never doubt what is inside of you. Never doubt its value or its truth and the importance of you sharing it. Because old flasks may not have any wine and nothing particularly meaningful to share. But you will also learn over time that there are some really ancient casks that have wine that is beyond measure. And if you're lucky enough and humble enough, someone may pour you a glass, and you will get to taste something that you never knew you could possibly experience and offer a blessing of gratitude for what you will take in. And the last passage says, Hillel used to say, Im ein ani li mili, if I am not for myself, who will be for me? Uchshe'ani la'atzmi ma'ani, but if I'm only for myself, then what am I? V'im lo achshav matai, and if not now, when? I love this passage because it invites us to ask questions as a more important exercise than to answer them. To always figure out that careful balance of saying, you know, if I don't stand rooted in who I am and in what I believe and in what I need and what I want, no one's going to want it more than me. And maybe what I have to achieve is more important than anything. But if my life is only obsessed with selfish cares and concerns, then what am I? What kind of a life is that? But if I'm too obsessed with helping others, I could lose myself in the process. But if we've learned anything this year, it's that life is very fragile. And it doesn't always go in the direction that we thought. So don't wait. Don't wait to be who you need to be. Don't delay in going after what you know you need to try to accomplish. Don't wait to become the best expression of your most authentic self. We only get one round. And so each shot is pretty precious. And we should be really careful and thoughtful and grateful for all of the opportunity that we have to tread our path in life. We have looked at a lot of what tradition has to teach. A lot, most importantly, about what it actually means to love ourselves, to love each other, to love those not like us, to love the Holy One, and what it means to be a member of a family. And one of the things we spent quite a bit of time focused on is what does it mean to observe the commandment, Kibud Av V'Em, to honor your father and mother. And we asked each of you to reflect on that. And so we'll invite you to come up to the bema with your parents so that you can share your reflections and your message to them about what it means to honor them. Rachel, we'll have you go first.
Dear Mom and Dad, I would like to thank you both for everything you guys have done for me. I know that we have been through many ups and downs, but in the end, you guys still provide me with everything I need and want. I probably don't show how grateful I am to have you guys as my parents, but I am very grateful. Sometimes I can be dramatic and cause problems, but you guys forgive and continue to provide things for me, even though sometimes I don't deserve it. Thank you, Mom and Dad, for everything.
Go stand next to her and put your hands on her shoulders. Rachel, of everyone in our class, you had the best attendance. You missed one session. And you had the most attendance of services of anybody. You knocked off your 10 service requirement in 10 weeks. And you learned something from that, and I learned something from that, which is half of what it takes is just to show up, to be present, to be open to what experience has to teach you if you're willing not to close your heart or harden your heart, but to open your heart. But what was even more precious than your showing up, which was prodigious, was when you would open up and you would share your ideas and your thoughts and your impressions. And when you would say, I agree, and when you would say, no, I don't. And I hope, Rachel, that through life you will continue to show up, but that you will show up like you did to come.
May God's light shine upon you and be gracious to you.
May the light of God's presence be a beacon toward which you will find your way towards life filled with holiness, happiness, joy, and health, blessing, and peace. And we say, Amen. Amen. Ben.
Dear Mom and Dad, I would like to thank you for always having my best interest in mind. I would also like to thank you for putting me before yourselves, for being understanding and generous, for teaching me. Thank you for buying me what I want, for providing for me so many daily necessities, letting me live my own life, and for protecting me. I hope to be as good of a parent as you two have been to me.
Place your hands on his shoulders. We learned in the Torah portion for this week that the tabernacle, the portable sanctuary the Israelites used, was held together with these planks. And the planks were grounded and would stand in these silver sockets that were made from the donations of all of the Israelites together. And when I think about you, Ben, I think about those silver sockets, those precious holders that are the foundation on which good things rise. You are solid, and you are good, and you are thoughtful, and you are kind. And I saw that sensitivity in the way that you have lived as an assistant in our religious school, in the way that you work with children much younger than you, in the way that you would very quietly and humbly offer your ideas in our class, and especially when I invited you to share the richness and that beautiful silver shine of your soul. I pray, Ben, that as you continue to grow, that you will remain grounded in all of the goodness that your mom and your dad, your family, and your community have tried to teach you, but that you will reach for the highest heights like those planks, and that people will know they can depend on you, and that the world will be what it will need to be because it will rely on you. May God bless you and keep you.
May God's light shine upon you and be gracious to you.
May God's presence be a light that will guide you towards a life filled with holiness, goodness, blessing, and peace. Mazel tov. Max.
Dear Mom and Dad, thank you for birth. Thank you for always saying yes when you knew you couldn't say no. You have both done everything and anything for me. Thanks for always putting up with my crap and still having my back. Thanks for leading and guiding me on the right track. You do more for me than you do for yourselves. Thanks for making me learn from my mistakes and ours as a family. I will never be able to thank you properly, but I will try somehow and some way. Thank you.
Go put your hands on his shoulders. Max, having you in our class was a party. Every time you would walk in the room, there was joy. The energy in the room became electric just by you being there. Because you are so big. Not just big, and trying to box you out when we played basketball in retreat I still have a little problem in my back from that. But because your heart is huge, and your soul is enormous, and your mind is gargantuan. You have such an authenticity and an energy that is magnetic. People want to be with you. They want to follow you. They want to know what you think. They want to feel what you feel. You were, in so many ways, the Pied Piper of our class. And what I loved about what you shared in our class, Max, was that it didn't always tack to what was politically correct or what you thought Marcy and I wanted to hear. You said what you thought. You offered your belief. And then, because we're your teachers and we love you and you're one of our kids, we pushed back and said, well, have you thought about it this way? And you know what? You did. And I remember times when you said, you know what? Maybe that's right. And I watched you change your thinking, which tells me that in addition to the enormity of yourself, you also have a deep, resonant humility that will lead you to great things in your life. And what a privilege, Max, to be part of the party that is you. May God bless you and keep you.
May God's light shine upon you and be gracious to you.
May the light of your soul and your spirit and the light of the Holy One guide you towards a life of purpose, of glory, of holiness, and of peace. Mazel tov. Today may be the culmination of our very long confirmation journey, but I hope that it is a catalyst that will launch you into this next phase of your Jewish lives. I hope that for the remaining months of your time at Temple Bethel, you will continue to let Temple Bethel be a home away from home for you, that you will continue to come to build your friendships and to learn and to grow. I hope that next year you will join me on a March of the Living, when we will travel to Poland and to Israel to explore our roots and on our modern heights. I hope that when you make your way to whatever college campus is lucky enough to have you, that you will find your way to Hillel or to Chabad or to the Jewish Studies Department or to a birthright trip or to a summer or semester in Israel. And I hope that you will continue to draw on the richness of your Jewish heritage and your community and your people as you build the foundation and the edifice of your lives. We want to wish you that you should all go from strength to strength. And we say, Mazel Tov!
Simin Tov, Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov, Simin Tov, Simin Tov, Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov, Simin Tov, Simin Tov, Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov, Simin Tov, history in song. We are hope and we are healing. We are learning to be strong. We are words and we are stories. We are pictures of the past. We are carriers of wisdom, not the first and not the last. Lidor vador nagid God lecha. Lidor vador we protect this chain from generation to generation. Lidor vador, these lips will praise your name.
Shabbat Shalom, everybody. I want us, as we begin, to close your eyes. And I want you to think of your children. I want you to think to the moment that they placed them in your arms for the first time. I want you to think back to the day you saw them crawl and walk and speak. The day that you took them to preschool for the first time. The day they graduated pre-K and went off to kindergarten. The first time that you brought them here. When they were consecrated. When they celebrated family Shabbats and helped to lead. When they ascended the bima for their bar bat mitzvah. In these years of their teenage time at Temple. How blessed were Marcy and me to be part of that journey during this last, elongated year of confirmation. And for some of you, I've been blessed to be part of that journey since you were very, very little. And today we think about the milestones that we've learned along that journey and all of the ways that we've returned to this sacred space to mark our growth of our understanding, of our wisdom, of our appreciation for the very gift and the humbling experience of life. We spent a lot of time in confirmation class thinking about life and thinking about how we can use that gift well. And we explored Torah and tradition and modern understandings and our own understandings of what it actually means to be a member of the covenant with the Holy One, to be a possessor of Torah, to be a part of the Jewish people. And so we invited each of your children to reflect on what Judaism means to them. And so we'll begin with Ethan.
To me, being Jewish means community. Being a part of a community means there are friends and family around me that will be there to stick out a hand and support me through my problems no matter the circumstance. I say this because being a part of Temple Bethel and Judaism my whole life, I've built up a trust and relationship with my community that makes it easier for me to support them in the same way they support me. My whole life, my family and I have referred to helping others in times of need as a mitzvah, which in Judaism is a good deed done towards another. Being Jewish means I have my community to inspire and support those mitzvahs throughout my life.
Dara.
To be honest and faithful and understand everything has a consequence. By being Jewish, I am promising to be all of these things and not lie or hide if I do something wrong. I must understand my mistakes and be able to accept them and fix my mistakes so I become a better person.
Barry.
To me, being Jewish means someone who follows their morals and ideals. Being Jewish is being someone who follows the ideals that have also traveled throughout time. These ideals have relatively stayed the same, even in the modern era as we know it today. And to me, following these ideals is a part of being Jewish. Being Jewish is being proud of your heritage and background, and being a Jew is something that you cannot understand until you really see into it, or really see into what it really means to be a Jew. There are the big events such as the Holocaust and the establishment of Israel that makes me a Jew as well. But to me, it's more about seeing what your ideals are and how you use those ideals to better yourself.
Brody.
To me, Judaism is an outlet from the outside world. It's a place where I can be myself, a place where I can vent and feel at peace. As music artist Tame Impala once said, solitude is bliss. And while I feel safe and comfortable in temple and prayer, I feel like I'm alone in a good way. It is warmth that fills me, and for the past few years, every single night, give or take a few, I pray for prosperity and for the continuous safety of my family and I. I trust that God will keep us safe, and I have much praise and respect for God. However, Judaism isn't all about God. It's about the community. It's about the people who surround you and me, the people who will support us no matter what we do. It's about the culture, the food, Israel, the experiences we have. Judaism is much more than a religion, and that's what being Jewish means to me.
We spent a lot of time together looking at different texts from Torah, from Talmud, from modern times. And one of the passages that I love the most is a tractate called Pirkei Avot. It's when the rabbis of the Talmudic period got together and they said, what's the best thing you ever learned from your favorite teacher? And they put it all together into 6 chapters they called the chapters of the fathers, because they thought of their teachers with as much love and reverence as they did their parents. And I've been blessed, as Marcy has over these last many months, to learn with you, to learn from you. And so I wanted to look at a few selections from that very special piece of wisdom. The very first one says, Moses received the Torah from Sinai and transmitted it to Joshua, and Joshua to the elders, and the elders to the prophets, and the prophets transmitted it to the great assembly. And they said 3 things: be deliberate in judgment, raise up many students, and make a fence around the Torah. So when you look at those 3 admonitions, be deliberate in judgment, raise up many students, make a fence around the Torah, what is it about those 3 that is so pertinent, so meaningful, so purposeful? When you look at the first one, be deliberate in judgment, what does that mean? And this is where you get to participate. Mean what you say, right? Be deliberate in what you choose to express. Be thoughtful. Good. Good. Someone else. What do you think, Dara? What do you think, Barry? All right, be authentic. Right, be genuine. Don't pretend to believe something you don't believe. Good, good. What do you think, Ethan? right? Ground yourself. Stick with what you believe. Don't twist in the wind, right? Don't mold yourself to what you think others need. I think that's so true. I think in many ways, part of what they're saying is to be careful with how you live and to be deliberate in the choices that you make and to be thoughtful in how you approach the judgments that all of us have to encounter. So often, right, we sort of cruise, right? But Henry David Thoreau, as we talked about in class, said, live deliberately. Some of you may remember years ago when we wrote a new Torah scroll for our congregation, and you came and we got to write a little letter in the Torah. And you sat right here on the bima behind me, and you sat with the sofer and saw how carefully with that feather quill that he wrote just a single letter of the Torah. And that's how I think we're supposed to live each and every choice and each and every decision that we need to make. To be as careful in those choices as a sofer is in writing a letter of Torah. Because every decision that you make, every choice that you make is also how you give voice and how you write Torah. It's how you will author the story of your life. All of those decisions, all of those choices, all the ways that you choose to answer or choose to not answer, which is in and of itself also a choice, determines the story of your life. And so when you write that story, that incredibly important and precious narrative, make sure you write it carefully and thoughtfully and deliberately. The second thing it teaches is raise up many students. That doesn't mean that you should grow up to be teachers, though I think some of you should. But it means that you should be generous with your learning. Right now, you are in a time when you are absorbing so much knowledge, so much understanding, so much wisdom, and you will continue to do that throughout your journey. Don't be selfish. Share what you know. Share your truths. Share your visions and your understandings. Take all that you are taking in and all that rests individually in your own ingenuity, in your own intuition, and pass it on. Share it with your peers, with your generation, and with those who will come after you, who will grow even larger than you because of the wisdom that you will impart. And lastly, make a fence around the Torah. It is so easy to trample on things that are holy. It's so easy to blow through the barriers that Torah and tradition say are the guardrails of a meaningful and purposeful and holy life. It's so easy on a Friday night to say, you know, I worked hard this week. I'm tired. Shabbat, next week. It's easy to say, you know what, I worked really hard for what I have. And I can't really be so worried about what other people's problems are. It's so easy to say, you know what, if I'm honest, it's going to set me back. So you know what, I'm just going to take a pass on the truth this time because I don't want to fall back. There are so many times when doing that unholy thing is so easy that you'll blow by those boundaries and you won't even know that you passed them. And so the rabbis say, make a fence around that which is holy because it will guard you not only from going where you don't want to go, but from going to a place that will provide you no meaning, that will provide you an emptiness, that will not sustain you, mind, body, and spirit. The second passage here teaches, Al tistakel bakankan ela b'ma sheyesh bo. Do not look at the flask, but at what it contains. A new flask may be full of old wine, and an old flask may not even contain new wine. You all are pretty young flasks. But what Marcy and I were so blessed to experience is that there were occasions in class on Tuesday night when you would pop open a bottle of you and you would pour each of us a glass and we would get to taste of the vintage of what's inside of you, and it was complex and it was rich and it was intoxicating. And I never want you ever to wonder if what is inside you is important, if what is inside you is of value. Don't look at the fact that just you are a young flask. Believe me, the four of you have plenty of good old wine in you. And don't always assume that just because it's an old flask that it has much wine at all. Don't judge books by their cover. But at the same time, don't forget that there are some really old casks out there that look like they've been forgotten, but inside them is a vintage that if you get to experience it, it will be something transcendent. It will give you a taste of eternity, and it will help you to become all that you can grow to be. And lastly, Hillel said, Im ein ani li mili, if I'm not for myself, who will be for me? Uchsha'ani la'atzmi ma'ani, but if I'm only for myself, then what am I? V'im lo achshav ematayim, and if not now, when? I love this passage because Hillel was smart enough to ask the questions and not to answer them. And most of the time, a good question is far more valuable than a good answer. Because what Hillel is teaching us is there's times that you have to advocate for yourself. There's times you have to put your own agenda. There's times that you have to stand for something and not be moved because you know it to be right, even if it's dangerous to stand still. And at the same time, if your life is only in pursuit of your own selfish personal needs and wants, then what kind of a life is that? But if you live your life solely in service to others and never to yourself, you will disappear. And so you have to figure out how you can create that special holy balance of living for yourself and living for others, because service is the same word for worship in Hebrew, avodah, and it's also the same word for prayer. And if we've learned anything this year, it's that life is pretty fragile. And it goes pretty quick. And you only get one turn. So don't wait. Don't say, someday I'll be who I need to be. Don't say, someday I'll go after my dreams. Someday I'll become the person that I'm supposed to become. Someday I'll be that expression of myself that I know I ought to be. That someday is now. And the sooner that you take the time to figure out who it is that you really are and to realize that that is enough, that you don't need to be anything more than the best expression of your most authentic self, then you will begin to find the path and the journey in life that will lead you to blessing and to goodness and to joy and peace. We spent a lot of time talking about our values and talking about love. How we love ourselves, how we love each other, how we love those who are different than us, how we love the Holy One, and what it means to be part of a family. And each of you took the opportunity to reflect on what it is that it means to be part of your family, and what it is that you express to your parents to observe the commandment, Kibud Av Va'em, to honor your parents. And so we'll invite each of you in turn to come to the bima with your parents and to share with them your own expressions of thanks. And Dara, we'll start with you. Stand at the microphone. And if you'll stay right here.
Dear Mom and Dad, thank you for doing everything you can to give me a good and happy future. I know both of you do anything for me, which I am eternally grateful for.
Slow down, Dara. Try again.
Start over?
No one could hear you.
Oh. Dear Mom and Dad, thank you for doing everything you can to give me a good and happy future. I know you both would do anything for me, which I am eternally grateful for. You are both the strongest, most caring, and most generous people I know. You are the best parents I could ever ask for. I promise whenever you are in time of need, I will be there for you to repay you for everything you have done for me.
If you can go and place your hands on her shoulders and stand with her. Go stand next to her and put your hand on her shoulder. Two hands at the bottom. Two hands at the bottom. Take this hand, put it right there. There you go. Dara, it has really been a joy to have you in our class and to hear the simple truths that you have to share. There were times when you had a thought that was important for you to express, and we were blessed to hear it. And there were times when you were very comfortable listening. I could see you appreciating the wisdom from everyone in your class. And what I thought was so special about your participation was that you realized that we were given two of these and one of these for a reason. Because you sometimes had the ability to spend more time listening than sharing, and that was a beautiful thing. Not always a common thing among teenagers to realize that there's a lot to be learned from listening than from necessarily always sharing your own thoughts and opinions. But we're so grateful for all that you shared, and we hope all that you learned will guide you towards a life that's filled with every measure of blessing and peace.
יברכך אדוני וישמרך.
May God bless you and keep you.
יאר אדוני פניו אליך ויחונך.
May God's light shine upon you and be gracious to you.
יישא אדוני פניו אליך וישם לך shalom.
May the light of God's presence guide you on your way towards a life filled with holiness, happiness, joy, and health, blessing, and peace. Mazel tov. Brody.
Dear Mom and Dad, after our class on Honor Your Father and Mother, I recognize that I do not say thank you nearly enough. Thank you for a home. Thank you for clothing. And most importantly, thanks for all the free food. You guys have schlepped me across town countless times, paid for numerous flights, and probably spent millions on my whiny self. Thank you for all your kindness, all the laughs, and for watching all my sporting events. Thank you for all the school help you have given me. Thank you for all the advice, and thank you for supporting me all the way through my childhood. Even with all this, I haven't said thank you enough. So, thank you for everything. And while it may not always seem like it, none of your hard work ever goes unappreciated.
Brody, your roots in this congregation run very, very deep. And to see you take this next step in this long generations of people in your family who have made Temple Bethel their home away from home is something that has been very special. Brody, you're hilarious. I was saying to Max just that when the two of you would walk in the room, it was a party. I remember it was like when you would miss a class, and there were very, very few that you missed, I was always like, where's the energy? We need that energy and your humor. But more than that, you have an incredible sense of understanding and a wisdom of perception of seeing people who they really are and understanding the world as it really is. And then saying, I can make that better. I can be a force for good and for change, whether it's on your basketball team or whether it's in your confirmation class or it's in whatever path you will choose to pursue in life. Brody, you have an enormous heart and an incredible soul. And I'm so grateful for all that you expressed of that incredible sense and kernel of God's presence that dwells inside you. And I pray that you will continue to use the roots that you have set in this community and in your Jewish heritage to rise up toward the sun and to become a grounding force for a world that has sometimes not known where it was supposed to be. Mazel tov.
Yevarechecha Adonai v'yishmerecha.
May God bless you and keep you.
Yaher Adonai panav elecha v'chuneka.
May God's light shine upon you and be gracious to you.
Yisa Adonai panav elecha v'yasem lecha shalom.
May the light of God's presence that shines from that radiant place within you and from God's presence above you guide you on your way towards a life filled with goodness and purpose, holiness and peace. Mazel tov. Ethan.
Mom, Dad, I'm going to keep it short and sweet because there's not enough words to describe how much I greatly appreciate you both. May it be supporting me with my education, taking care of me at home, and going out of your way to make me happy. I greatly appreciate the love and respect you give towards me and shall always return the favor with love and respect.
Ethan, I've had the privilege of knowing you since you were very, very little, and to watch you grow through your years of preschool and your years of growing to be the young man that you are today. And it was fun knowing you when you were little because you were cute. And then I had the privilege of studying with you for your bar mitzvah. And I remember after our first session of studying your portion and seeing the incredible sophistication and depth and understanding that you took from that portion, saying, wow, that boy's deep. And you are in many ways, Ethan, like your biceps. They've grown to be very big because of hard work and because of dedication. You are, in a lot of ways, Ethan, that strong, silent type, but when you open your mouth or you start to express what's going on in your heart and your mind, the depth of the sophistication of the thought that goes on in your body and your being is something like a masterpiece. I always felt like my night was better when you would give us just that one kernel that I would pull out of you every week. And you wouldn't offer it unless I demanded it. And I'm so grateful that you were willing to give me that. And I pray, Ethan, that as you grow older, in the same way that you have allowed your body to expand, that you will open your heart and allow all of that goodness that I know is in you to come out and share it with the world, because you will bless every single one of us who is blessed to be part of your ideas of what you will reveal from the Torah that is a part of you. Mazel tov. May God bless you and keep you.
May God's light shine upon you and be gracious to you.
May the light of God's presence that shines forth from your inner spirit and from the Holy One guide you on your way towards a life filled with blessing and goodness, joy, and peace. Mazel tov. Barry.
Dear Mom and Dad, you have been the most impactful people on my life. I have learned so much from both of you, and I have become who I am today because of you. You've shown me the morals and ideals that you both grew up with, and that you have passed those on to me, and I will continue to use them in my life and pass them on to those who are closest to me. We have definitely had a journey that's had its highs and its lows, but we've prospered together, and you've been able to keep me going at my worst and best of times. I'm so grateful for both of you, even if I don't show it every day. Thank you both so much for being my parents, and I can't wait for the journey to continue.
Barry, one of the things that I have always been struck as I've watched you grow is that you are really very old for a very young person. You don't have what they call an old soul, Barry. You have an ancient soul. You have a calmness and a lightness of being that's combined with the depth of understanding and wisdom that is sometimes humbling to be around. And it's true for your peers, and it's true for your teachers. Barry, there are very few ways that one can express the kind of soul that you have other than to turn to the Yiddish. You're a mensch. You're a good person. You're decent, and you're giving, and you're thoughtful, and humble, and kind, which doesn't mean that you're not competitive, and it doesn't mean that you don't have drive, because I know that you have both of those. But I'm so grateful for the generosity of your spirit and for the generosity of your heart, your mind, and your soul. May God bless you and keep you.
May God's light shine upon you and be gracious to you.
May God's light that radiates from you and shines upon you be a light to guide you towards a life filled with every measure of blessing, goodness, love, and peace. Mazel tov. As this is our final cohort for today, I just want to take a moment and thank all of those who have helped to be here today. Jason Reeser, Ross Glinkenhaus, Ray Maldonado, our incredible administrative and support crew that makes sure that we're safe and that we're heard and that we're seen. I want to thank Lori and Jessica and Marcy for being such an incredibly important part of our confirmation class and our celebration today. A very special thank you to Bridget, who you'll see outside, who helped to coordinate all of our gifts and our presents and things, and mostly to Heather for all of the administrative work that we had to do to put our program together today. I am so lucky to be a part of this amazing team. So today, in many ways, is a culmination of a very long year of confirmation. But I hope today is really a catalyst that will launch you into this next phase of your Jewish journey. I hope that for the remaining months that you are here in this community, that you will continue to make Temple Beth El your home, that you will come here for learning and to build your friendships and to socialize and to have fun. I hope that next year you will join me on the March of the Living, and that we will take a couple of weeks together in Poland and in Israel and retrace our steps and see our ancient and modern homeland come alive. I hope that when you find your way to whatever college campus is lucky enough to have you, that you will find your way to Hillel, or to Chabad or to the Jewish Studies Department, and that you will find your way towards a trip to Israel with Birthright or a summer or semester there, and that you will continue to build the foundation on which you will build not only your own Jewish life, but the Jewish future. And so to all of you, we say, Mazel Tov! Siman Tov, Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov, Siman Tov, Siman Tov, Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov, Siman Tov, Siman Tov, Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov, Siman Tov. Yeah.